Oh. Well, I am here. Salutations, my fellow dandies. It's me, Jack Dandy. I'm not on the screen yet because I forgot to set up YouTube Studio. Because I'm a professional. Hang on. It's always a good indicator when I'm tired, when I start streaming and suddenly realise, oh, I haven't set up properly. I thought I got the game going. I did my screenshot for the for Twitter. I got my streaming glasses on. I got my drinks. I'm ready to go, and I forgot that I didn't make myself exist. Happens to the best of us. It's a whole like load of things you have to sort of set up each time, and you'd think now I'd be used to it, but I'm still so bad. I have to slap my arms on as well. Oh, do I even have my arms in? Hang on. Why have I not set this up properly? Because I'm lazy. That's why. Hang on, this is a fantastic start to the stream. Props. Nope, they're not in there. They're in that one. Final Fantasy XIV. Arm 1. Arm 2. This is... Slap that one on. Oh. There we go. I'm alive. There we go. Fantastic work, me. I'll be honest. I was so rushed then. I thought I was. I just left the screen of. I thought I'd left the screen of Final Fantasy XIV up, and then I realised, oh no! When I loaded VTube Studio, that would have overwritten the picture, and so you just see me. I just see me attach my arms. It's fine, you know, a little peek behind how the sausage is made. I live, indeed. Salutations! Let's start this again. It's me, Jack Dandy, and we're playing Final Fantasy XIV again. I know, it's a... I fancy something the opposite of new. I mean, not old, but like the very opposite of new. It is the Moonfire Fair event because it's summer, which means... more Power Rangers shenanigans, and I think I get an entire Super Sentai costume this time around, if my sources, which is to say the Final Fantasy XIV website, is correct. So I'm very excited. And then however long that takes, we'll then go and do the, we'll carry on with the post-Shadowbringers quest. Salutations, Stratus. Good to see you as always. And you as welcome, Kingdom Monarch. I said hi to you before the pre-stream, but salutations to you both. I just realised in my haste, I've bring this down a smidge, and I'm just gonna slide over. I'm gonna shut myself down so you can still see that my hand. There we go. I'm covering my red mage bar, and I need to be able to see that so I know whether I'm good for swording. Right, what are we doing? Mayaru Moyaru. I don't know why they make you come to Limsa, because I'm going to have to go to the Costa del Sol in a second. Been so busy with these new games, I almost missed the event. Well, I think it only started yesterday, so you still got bags of time to do this event with your dozens and dozens of characters. Oh, my prayers are answered. As the sun beat down upon my brow, my flagging spirits were kept aloft by the hope of your return. Now that you're here, I can say that the Moonfire Fair's success is assured. Our festival has a long and storied history that hardly bears repeating, but for all intents and purposes has become the premier event of our guild. We hope to stoke the fires of adventurous hearts, young and old, and all ages in between. This season's main event has become a favourite among adventurers and revellers alike, the Eorzean Nimble Warrior course. Keeping vigil over the proceedings is the Sunshine Saviour, guardian of the sandy beaches. Sunshine Saviour is a great Sentai name. Who is the Sunshine Saviour, you ask? If your interest has been piqued, then I encourage you to make haste to Costa del Sol, where Herr Mega stands at the ready to apprise eager volunteers with the details. See what I mean? So I do three lines of dialogue and then I'm off to the Costa del Sol. Why not just send me to the Costa del Sol? Start with 3 major cities so people don't have to search for them. I guess that makes sense. I guess, yeah, not everyone wants to check the website. And not everyone has 1,000 unstarted side quests, so their recommended quests list isn't useless like mine. So they got the obstacle course back again. Nice. I'm looking forward to the Fall Guys obstacle course that's coming as well. Oh, I smell. Hang on, is there an NPC in the middle here, or are people waiting for a fate to start? It's one or the other. Hey, here, Marga. Oh, isn't Jack? A sure guess to the Moonfire Fair as his stifling heat did. Oh, stifling heat. Did Mayoru's mention of the Sunshine Saviour stir that heroic spirit of yours? Could someone turn down the fireworks, please? I can't hear her, Marga. Plus, it's scaring my Godbutt minion. Oh, I should hope so, because between you and me, we're in a bit of a bind. If you wouldn't mind lending an ear to our troubles, I'd appreciate the opinion of a fellow adventurer. Oh, look at that. Chocobo. That is... Is that the god Chocobo? There's a hell of a headdress. Much obliged. You see, the fair's been no stranger to difficulties. Make no mistake, people swimming where they shouldn't be, monsters treating the beaches like a bloody banquet, and all manner of other perils that put a damper on what's meant to be a time for celebration. Also, there was that time with the polar bear. Do you remember that? To combat this, I came up with the idea of the Sunshine Saviour. Brave soul whose duty would be to nip such problems in the bud before they became everyone's headache. Not only would they keep our patrons safe, but their deeds would raise the esteem of the guild as well. I mean, I can see where this event's going. Not only that, but it would be the perfect opportunity to give our fresh blood a chance to shine. So I went looking for a stout arm from within our ranks, and after a process of stringent vetting, settled on an eager youth by the name of Lionio. That seemed a perfect fit. But his spirits have taken a sharp dive since he arrived in Costa del Sol. Whatever the cause of his troubles, it's plain he needs a guiding hand or two to see him through them. So if you've got the time and the inclination, I'd like you to help set him on the right path. Once he's found his footing, I won't ask you to dote on him any longer. How about it? Leave it to me. Providing you absolutely 100% guarantee that I will not have to wear a costume, I guarantee I'll help. You're a lifesaver, friend. Now then, follow me and I'll make introductions. Lionel should be somewhere near the Etherite. Let's go find him, eh? I don't normally stop and look at people's glamour, but I really like this one. This is really, she's really cool. I like her. Summer event on a polar bear, yeah. When you how hot and humid summer is, you look at the snow and mode. I should not. If it was any other day recently, I'd be complaining about how cold and horrible it's been. But it has actually become hot and humid in the last couple of days here. So I'm feeling it now. It feels like summer. I've got my fan on. I've got ice creams in the freezer. It's great. Apologies. Oh, the lads. That seems to be missing. I explicitly told him to wait here. Get your bloody hands off my goods. That voice sounded surly. So sorry, terribly sorry. I only thought to help. Her crates looked awfully heavy, you see. Oh, you're right to be wroth with me. Yes, for why would you need my aid? My arm's thinner than sprouting reeds. I see there are my ways. I shall shovel buffalo dung as punishment. Oh, lad. Sorry for snapping at you. Appreciate the thought, but the contents of these crates are my livelihood. Can't trust just any passerby with their safe carriage, you understand? It's when he started cooling off here. I am envious. Although I suppose I'd rather have most of the summer be cool, and then just a few days of unbearable heat than the entire summer be a heat wave like last year. The wonderful luck of being stuck outside during literally every hot day this year. Yeah, I remember you saying that you'd been out in in the heat for like 12 hours one day. So yeah, I don't envy you. You win. Because I know with as cold as Canada is, their summers can still be pretty brutal. Truth be told, you came at me like a chocobo taking his first steps. You need to strut with a bit of confidence if you don't want people looking at you crosswise, see? You have a good heart, lad. Anyone can see that. Work on your manner, and I reckon your next attempt at charity will go just fine. 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, no, that'll do it. That'll do it. That was how hot it got last year, and we considered that a heat wave. So, yeah, no, fair enough. I wouldn't want to stand out. I wouldn't want to be indoors during that. I can hazard a guess at what happened here, but I'd like to hear your side of the story nonetheless. Mind filling me in, low, you know? Oh, Master Harmarga, and who is this? It can't be. Is this man my replacement? Heavens forfend, I've been dismissed before my duty has even begun. Who's this? Who's this guy? There's no need for all that. Jack here is a member of the guild, and he's here to help. But first, we need to know what's going on. Yeah, 100-ish sounds about right. Goes when car tires begin to melt. Yeah, it is hot. It's 40. It shouldn't get hotter than 40. And yet. But, you know, at least, small solace, at least your country isn't on fire. I do feel sorry for the Greeks at the moment. And the other countries. I'm sure there are fires I haven't heard about. Oh, you see, I was awaiting orders like you asked, but then I spied that man struggling to carry his goods. I thought to offer a helping hand, but, well, you saw how the rest went. I see. Can't fault you trying to do good, lad, but what you said was right. Your manner is bloody strange, and has been ever since you set foot on these sands. I don't recall you being so timid when we first met. If something's weighing on you, you needn't shy away from sharing the burden. Hawaii's on fire too, as well as I'm aware. So no, Hawaii being on fire, or actually no, Hawaii being on fire, yeah, that has to be hot, because they're used to the heat. I mean, I suppose the Greeks are as well, but, yeah. It's not good. It's not good. I really want to get air conditioning as well. I've decided that next summer I'm going to get ceiling fans installed, which I'm hoping will help out a little bit. But I really want to get air conditioning just because, well, it's expense, isn't it? You're too kind. The truth is, I just can't bear to have my face seen by others. All those eyes on me, it's dreadful. Under a helmet, I have the confidence of a captain, but this heat is left with no choice but to bare my naked face to all and sundry. I'm afraid I'm likely to do more harm than help if I can't get my nerves under control. But the festivities are due to start soon, and I can scarcely stand to look at you, even you in the eyes. So that's the way of it. I appreciate your candour, lad. If it's as simple as covering your face, we can get you sorted straight away. Come with me to the storehouse. I have something in there that I think you'll like. As for you, Jack, you'd better wait on the beach for our return. Don't worry, we'll be back before you can break a sweat. He's like, well, joke's on you. I am melting under this leather coat. I am not dressed for the beach. Actually, that is true. I'm not dressed for the beach. This is unacceptable. There we go. Now I'm dressed for the beach. Once a year I get to wear the set of clothes that actually go with my sunglasses. Here we are. Feast your eyes upon Costa del Sol Sunshine Savior. I can't help pronouncing that word without saying what a SH sounds. Oh, it's such a cool costume. Blinded by its brilliance, aren't you? I had this lovely piece made the moment I conceived of the Sunshine Savior. A special commission from the Weavers Guild. But genius isn't always obvious, I discovered. My colleagues claim the colouring is too bold, the design too daring. I believe the word gaudy was tossed around. That's why I love it. So with a heavy heart I set it aside. Until today, that is. By the gods, I feel a whole foam taller. The fabric is so light it's like I'm wearing naught but my name day suit. I'm ready to take on the world and then some. Alright, calm down. Masks are usually for hiding one's true nature, but this is the Lionel I remember. If you ask me, he looks a spitting image of a hero. What do you think, Jack? I think he needs to pose more. It certainly suits him. I'm upset that there isn't the option to be like absolutely hyped over this and be like, yes, this is the best thing that's happened. I'm overjoyed that you think so. Mark my words, the sands of Costa del Sol shall remain safe under the watchful eyes of the Sunshine Savior. Now then, Lionel, consider this your official appointment as the Sunshine Savior. Go forth, and remember that you carry the reputation of the Adventurers Guild on your shoulders. Don't crumble under the weight, lad. Become a saviour worthy of your namesake. Our guests will soon forget the countless monsters and maladies that lurk beneath the tides. I know you won't disappoint. Thank you, Master Hermaga. Hermaga, I don't know how to pronounce your name. As the Sunshine Savior, I must bear all the responsibilities that the title implies. I can do this. I can become an adventurer that others speak of in awe. By the way, I'd like to apologise for my embarrassing conduct earlier. I admit a part of me is scared almost all the time, but I can't let that dictate my life to my duty. Whatever happens, I swear to do all in my power to make this Moonfire Fair the safest yet. That being said, I realise I still have much to learn, and would very much like to appreciate the aid of a seasoned adventurer such as yourself. Will you help me? Thank you, Jack. I look forward to growing under your wing. Oh, it's called the Phoenix Riser suit. Weird. Okay, it's weird that they've given it the name Sunshine Savior and then the suit's called Phoenix Riser. But okay. Final looks every on the hill hero, and no mistake. But looks aren't worth a damn if it's hard, isn't it? How are you feeling under that mask, lad? Up for the work ahead? About that, as much as I'd like to jump right into the thick of things, I can't help but harbour some small doubts. The incident with the merchant earlier made me realise that it's one matter to aid those in need, but another matter entirely to know who needs it. Normally they have like a big yellow exclamation mark above their head, like the one currently above her marker. I just look out for those. What do you mean none of you can see those? Fortunately, I have Jack by my side, a seasoned adventurer who's helped his fair share of troubled souls. I've asked him to take me under his wing for a bit, and I hope to be a quick study. That's a capital idea, lad. Every adventure has a few stories of how being rewarded with scorn instead of coin. Strange as it sounds, a helping hand must be death besides. Oh then, let's revise your tasks, eh? Give you a chance to sharpen that nose of yours for the scent of unrest. Why don't you stand watch over the revellers gathered at the northeastern shores? If you spot trouble brewing, put a lid on it before it spills over. Jack will attend you in a supervisory capacity before leaping into action. Ask him for advice on how to conduct yourself. He'll guide you well, I've no doubt. Now then, off with you. The battlefield on the beach awaits. Make me proud, you two. Make me proud. A guild member by the name of FFXIV is standing by for someone to relieve him of his duty. Speak with him, and then show the realm the measure of a sunshine savior. If they'd put a Sentai suit into Final Fantasy XIV earlier, I would have been playing this game a lot sooner. Because before Pompadours, it was all about the Super Sentai for me. Why, if it isn't the Sunshine Saviour, protector of the summer sands. Please, please, I release the beaches of Costa del Sol to your stewardship. Oh, he's over there. I was like, where is he? He's the only one with a name above his head. That doesn't make sense. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Relieve Bad of one of his duty, yes. Ah yes, before I go, allow me to furnish you with these link pearls. A crucial tool for a pair of strapping guardians such as yourselves. Godspeed, saviours. Tiny child is beating up that man, and that pervert is trying to spy on that man changing. And now our watch begins. Go on, Jack. Tell me what you see. If there is trouble lurking about, the Sunshine Saviour shall rise to action. Young Keto lad and lass look like a salad soldier stole their lunch. A shifty pirate lass is sizing up a nearby man, quite intensely by the looks. Okay, well I'm pretty sure she's just like... She probably just wants to confess. Because, you know, I know this. I read manga, I watch anime, I know this development. We'll go for the first one. There is a wrong answer to these, normally. And although it's fun to try and get the correct answer, it's also very, very funny to get the entirely wrong answer and just come off looking like a bumbling incompetent, because you still get the reward. Ugh, I failed again. I'll never master the course at this rate. Come on, fool, I believe in you. But nothing I say seems to help. I wish I knew how to cheer you up. That looks absolutely crestful. What I can gather, he's having some difficulties with the Yours and Nimble Warrior course. I know what it's like to feel success slip from one's grasp time and again. Show him how a Sunshine Saviour does it. Let's go. Chomp, I'll catch you lie. Do you know what? Hearing about people, like, the things that people have been doing in Baldur's Gate 3, I'm really regretting my decision not to play that game. I mean, I will play it eventually, but it's so hard when everyone... Well, it's so, like... I like to think that, like, I don't get FOMO, but when it comes to video games, I so do. Like, when everyone's playing the video game and I'm not, and I'm like, oh, I really want to. I want to There's this like different thing of the people that says, oh yeah, no, I accidentally misclicked on a basket and had to wipe out a village. And it's like, oh, I want to misclick a basket and have to wipe out a village. You want me to attempt the course? I'm equal to the challenge, you can be sure, but that would mean leaving my charges unprotected. If you ask me, it looks like the lad needs but a few words of encouragement. Yes, that should do the trick, Jack. Wait there, I'll be back in a flash. Oh, okay. So he's going to ignore my advice. Sorry, my mistake for thinking that you were a man of action rather than a man of words. They were thankful enough, and the lad seemed once again eager to tackle the course. All in all, a success for the Sunshine Savior. Alright, let's check out the pirate lady. Bloody Cabalan thinks he's too good for a pirate, does he? I'll make him see I will. If I just ask him all nice-like, fancy a stroll on the beach, Carvalhain, or some such. I'll just think I'll mention for a duel. She's bumbling to herself an awful lot. The menacing provocations of a pirate, no doubt. What do you think, Jack? Just ask her something to the matter. I think you have the right of it, Jack. Even I can see that this has the look of something dangerous. I'd best insinuate myself into the matter before it takes a turn. I buggered that up. Pirate ran off with nary a word of explanation. I can't ever feel as if I interrupted something. Ah, well, there's no telling what could have happened. So as far as I'm concerned, the Sunshine Savior can mark down a victory in his ledger. I don't think we've been doing a good job so far. I see nothing amiss in this area. What about over there? It turns out I might not be a very good healer. Now, what begins? Go on, Jack. Tell me what do you see? There's trouble lurking out. The Sunshine Savior shall rise to action. I don't think a group of revelers are entranced by their yaws of nimble water course. Some muscular fellas are slumped over on the ground. I mean, I don't think either of these require any kind of intervention, but I mean, I guess we'll just do both of them. Go on, jump! Jump like your life depends on it. You'll never make it from there. Watch out, you'll eat sand. Oh no, is he alright? I think I heard a snap. Help him. I'm coming! I think we did that one correctly. Although, I'm going to guess you have to act... It was pretty much the same answer. Whew, apologies for not waiting for your guidance, Jack. I dived into the ocean without a thought for what would come next. Before I knew it, there was water under my mask. I was sure it meant my end then and there, but somehow I found my bearings and brought that man ashore. I suppose fortune favours the reckless, eh? Right, I'm going to just get the only other thing on this incredibly barren stretch of beach. You can tell the Moonfire Fair is like this huge event just by how completely desolate all of the beaches are. Oh. Hey, you alright, sirs? My muscles burn for more, but gods, I can barely see straight. Oh no, that's no good. Shall I call upon one of the chaperones? I suppose it's heat and intense exercise mixed as well as oil does with water. Should I offer assistance? Tell them to drink plenty of fluids. You're quite right. Even the strongest of us will wither before the sun without water and rest. I'll go and tell them as much. They just run and start beating him up. Like that JoJo meme. I had a word with the men and they insisted there was nothing to worry about. Still, my duty is to dig out the roots of trouble before they break soil. So in that respect, I consider this a success. Speaking of which, I see no further signs of distress along the beach. I believe our relief should be along soon. And truth be told, I'm glad for it. I can't bear this stifling heat for much longer. Still, better to be baking under the hot sun than drowning under the ocean waves. Every breath I took invited more water into my lungs. If one of the 7 hells lies on the ocean floor, doubtless its doors were cast open for my arrival. But I'm grateful to be alive and well, and with a few feats of daring do under my belt besides. That's in no small part thanks to you, Jack. Your sound guidance led me to take action where I might have been paralysed by doubt. Also, we ruined that lady's confession, but I gave her Marga's costume to thank. I have her Marga's costume to thank too. It may very well have some special power to turn the timid into the lion-hearted. Impressive work, you two. I say you've earned some rest, eh? Allow me to watch over our patrons. I can only hope my stretch is half as eventful as yours was. Much appreciated, Master Beaudefoy. I suspect Master Hermaga will want to hear of our success since here. Let's go and make our report. Your deeds precede you. Revelers up and down the beaches are taken with your bravery. I hear Baldur's Gate is making Dev sweat because it's too good. I wouldn't. It doesn't surprise me. Larian are like the masters of that sort of isometric style, as far as I'm concerned. It sounds like they've really sort of like struck gold with this one. It's the same. It was the same thing with like Elden Ring last year, where that came out and it was so good, and everyone was like, "Oh dang, we gotta copy this." Or, well, it was a mix of we gotta copy this, or it was the people like the Horizon Zero Dawn developers who were very, very bitter about it and being like, "It's bad UI, it's bad quest design. Stop liking it." Once you plucked from the sea, he came to offer his personal thanks. By all accounts, your lost confidence has been restored and more besides. I reckon you're ready to set off on your own, but I won't force it upon you if you've got lingering reservations. Well, truth be told, I wouldn't have been able to do it without Jack's help. And this mask, of course. Dominic makes me forget the meaning of the word impossible. You have to realise that Jack won't be around forever. So inclined to adventuring abroad as he is, the saviour needs to be able to carry their burden alone if they're to earn the trust of others. Does another dimension count as abroad? I don't know. You know, you never did tell us why you're so frightened of showing your face. Something tells me you didn't crawl out your mother's womb with your hands covering your eyes, am I right? Aye. It happened when I was just getting my feet wet as an adventurer, during a job that should have been unremarkable. We were tasked with guarding a merchant caravan, which naturally drew the attention of a terrible, slevering beast. Instead of sticking it with a spear like I was supposed to, I was knocked senseless within moments. When I regained my senses, I saw that my partner had been out a grievous wound, and the caravan was in shambles. The job was an utter failure. For a blessing, none lost their lives, but I... I was checking the definition of grievous, because I thought the grievous meant mortal, but it doesn't, it just means very bad. I had in my head the grievous, I was like, how do you get a grievous wound and then survive? But you can. The job, for a blessing, none had lost their lives, but I lost all standing in the eyes of my allies and employers. They blame me for their injuries and the damage to their goods, and rightfully so. The memory of their scornful gazes is etched into my mind, and I see them every time I look another in the eyes. Cope with your fear by hiding behind a helm. It's starting to make sense. You know, Lionel, that suit's more than a masterwork of comfort. There's a meaning behind its design, if you can believe it. See, it's meant to evoke the image of the phoenix. That legendary bird symbolises rebirth, rising from the ashes over and over again, each time shining brighter than before. Bloody fireworks. Seeing your triumphs as a sunshine saviour has made me certain that the phoenix fire burns within you, Lionel. And when those flames are stoked, you'll be reborn with more courage than you could ever have imagined. This kind of story in that universe was pretty common, considering the scary monsters in the US. Yeah, it wouldn't. I mean, you thinking about like all of the bullshit the Warrior of Light goes through. Normal people must have a really hard time with it. It's surprising that they can like have as many like parties and festivities as they do, considering all of the like terrible monsters roaming the lands and destroying trade routes. All this time I was wrapped in the phoenix embrace. Yes, if there's a chance I might be born anew, then the path ahead of me is clear. I'm heading back to the beach, this time without a mask. I imagine a lot of newbie adventurers end up in front of a 50-foot tall chimera and manage to maintain composure. No. But then, I suppose they would have grown up with it. So a 50-foot tall chimera seems like a big problem because we don't have 50-foot tall chimeras. But that might just be the same as like, you know, finding a spider in on your bathroom wall in the Final Fantasy XIV universe. Oh god, it's another fucking chimera. Ah, get me sword and shield. Something on your mind? Did I lay it on too thick? When you get to my age, you can't help but light fires under those that need it. And that lad needed it something fierce, so I lit a raging bonfire under his arse. Just had to work the embers that were already there. That burning desire of his to help the downtrodden. Ye gods, somebody help! Not really. Imagine if tanks, IRL, or sentient creatures just lived in our world. But no, I mean, like, if like, we go out and there's not really any danger. Like, most of the, you know, we live in countries, fortunately, where most of the wild wilderness is quite mild. But I'm saying that if you went out and, you know, it's like, oh, on the way to school, I had to weave past 6 bomb monsters and a tonberry. By the time you get to adventuring age, you probably are a bit more used to it than we would be. That's what I mean. It's like we have a scary dog that barks on the way to school. school kids in FF14 have giant crab monsters and ents and things. Even though I don't see monsters often, you think cities are peaceful. That is true. That is true. I suppose it is only... It's only going between cities, really, and that you see things. But then there are lots of settlements. But I suppose you don't see that many children in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know. I'm just saying. I feel like it's more commonplace. It's less of a surprise than it would be for us. Like if a dragon rocked up in Final Fantasy XIV, you were like, oh well. Do you remember the Adventurers Guild's number? And it's like, oh, I've got it written down on a piece of paper or so. I got it on my phone. Oh yeah, it's another shark man. Oh, are these from the new expansion? Damn, Kura looks angry. Yeah! Sunshine punch! I wish I knew the Street Shark song, because I could start singing it, but replace street with beach. So pretend that I did that, and it was hilarious. Yeah, from Dawn. I keep calling it Dawnbreak, but it's not Dawnbreak. It's Dawn. Whatever. Is he gonna Moomin Rider it? Dawn Trail. That's what it is. Yeah. I keep thinking it's Dawnbreak because that's the Monster Hunter DLC. Dawn Trail. I'm sure I saw these sharks during the Dawn Trail trailer. So maybe this is like a I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these sharks are just a normal enemy that exists somewhere. But is he gonna Moomin Rider it? What's wrong with me? Not so fast, Jack. Someone jumps to his rescue again. That fire I just lit will be snuffed out. Yeah, but if he gets eaten by a shark monster, that it will too. Well, you think of a way to help him that doesn't involve doing all the heavy lifting? Do believe we've seen similar sharks before. Okay. Rise from the ashes to defeat and reborn. Seeing as we've lit the light of the Phoenix underneath them. He's right. You're our sunshine saviour, so save us. Give that beast what for. It's not about winning or losing. It's about making a stand. Oh, Moomin Rider had to fight a sea monster as well. This is entirely Moomin Rider. We should be having Moomin Rider's theme playing. Hang on. In fact, I can make that happen. Because what's going to happen is Final Fantasy. It's probably going to have its own theme, but they really have faith in me. I can't let them down. I must uphold the reputation of the Sunshine Savior. Yeah! Breathe the flames of my rebirth. I didn't read the second part of that. Yeah! Ha 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 ha! A Moomin Rider theme worked. beautifully for that. I might add. That was delightful. Gira wouldn't go down that easy. Big actor. It's fine. She's over there now, just swimming around. Calm down. She probably just, I don't know, dropped her pizza in the bath again. Had to let out some stress. Are you okay? I was so frightening but so exciting at the same time. I'm going to write about you in my diary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chloe's safe and it's all because of you. But I was only... never mind that. You're most welcome, of course. And I'm not sure what to call what just happened, but the word miracle comes to mind. Did I truly vanquish that bloodthirsty brute of a shark? That you did, and without a single scratch on our guests. You showed them what the Sunshine Savior stands for, and gave them a display they won't soon forget. All on your own, too. But even a savior... Oh, well, that's... The Moonfire Fair's over, everyone. Go home. Even a savior isn't invincible, eh? Go with Butterfly and get yourself checked. Wouldn't want you to be done in by a few scrapes. Jack and I will keep an eye on things here in case any other seaborne predators decide to try their luck. No to say I want that to be a scam. It's... I mean, to be fair, that is Super Sentai. It's just, you know... They kick the monster a little bit and then they explode. And then there's coloured explosions where they pose. I would love a Final Fantasy XIV HoloWave now to put it. As would I. Considering, like, all of their... I mean, apart from anything else, it would just be nice to have a HoloLive event in a game I actually play. Although I did... Oh, actually... I do play Among Us, but I think I might have missed the window on buying the HoloLive items in Among Us. No, it's fine. I mean, I haven't played it in about a year or two. But yeah, it'd be nice to have like a HoloLive event in a game I actually played, instead of like some random gacha mobile game. Valkyrie something, I think, was one of the ones they had. Ah, you've returned. Thanks to you, talk of the Adventurers Guild is on the lips of all in Costa del Sol. As far as I'm concerned, we can consider the Sunshine Savior a rousing success and a boon for the Guild. Lionel here deserves a standing ovation for the bravery displayed. Taking down a fiend like that and keeping the younglings safe is a feat very few can boast of. As my vision dimmed, I heard Jack call out to me. It was his words that delivered me from the brink and allowed me to go further still. They might call me the Sunshine Savior, but you're the true hero of the day. You've given me the courage to go on alone, and for that there is no way I can repay you. Indeed, our Saviour had a Saviour of his own. In fact, we're all grateful for. I'm in a mind to make you an honorary Sunshine Saviour suit and all. Wear it well, and don't ask me how many more of these I have stashed away. Now go on, forget your worries and take in your fill of the festivities. For the Moonfire Fair is safe so long as Lionel stands on its guardian. However, it has been cancelled because of rain, so there's probably not much else to do. I shall remain vigilant for any signs of trouble, and if aught appears to threaten the peace, I'll be there to stop it. Alright. Always the goddamn gadgets. I'm totally not playing a gacha game as we speak. I mean, I'm just as good. I do play gacha games, and they're just, you know, I'm playing Hotbird Summer. I'm playing Honkai Rail and Pokemon Masters, but I don't think either of those games are likely to get a HoloLive event. Well, Honkai Genshin Impact did get that. Oh god, I said it. Horizon Zero Dawn crossover. I was hoping the rain was scripted if you get struck by lightning. That would be funny. There's not enough Hildebrand-esque hijinks in normal Final Fantasy, I think. So that's it. That's just that's the reward. There's no. Oh, there is a vendor, but I'm guessing I just use guild to buy that stuff. I don't have enough money really to be wasting it on, even if it's only 8 gil, I don't really have enough. I do need to make a thumbnail in a second. Let me, Oh, Tower of Fantasy. I did see that, actually. I saw that released, and I was like, I'm sure I played that when it came out, and I thought maybe I just played the beta or something, but it's the console. Yeah, I did download that, and I played enough to get to the character creator. And then I couldn't make a, couldn't make a character I like the look of, so I installed it. I am that shallow sometimes when it comes to video games. Hang on, let me what I've got that can be stored. Yep. I need to replace one of my costumes. This one will work. I like that you can dye it as well. You can have an entire legion of, like, vaguely... Oh, I know normally I go for, I could normally go for the red suit, obviously, but I do have gold. I feel like maybe I should get the metallic red for this one, though. That feels like... Did I get any metallic red? Hang on, let me just check my... No, I just have the gold. Maybe I'll have to buy some metallic red. I'll update on Tower of Fantasy when they add pompadours. Appreciate it. And when they add pompadours, I'll be all over it. Yeah, I wish more games just let you play with too many items. Oh, do I have to unequip the... I thought it just meant that I couldn't use them. There we go. Oh, yeah. I'd quite like to play around in Baldur's Gate 3's character creator. I always love it when they release character creators separately from the game, just to let you play around with them. That was okay. I was going to say I need to record a... I need to make a proper thumbnail. But it's tipping it down with rain, so I don't know how... Look at this. Yeah! Ah, such a weeb. Man, who could not like Super Sentai? It's great. Oh, this is the same. It just does it from behind. Problem is the fireworks start right as the pose starts. So by the time I'm in the like Red Ranger pose, the fireworks have all gone away. I'll do a cool thumbnail at Costa del Sol later with the red. I like the people who tip the parasol out when it rains. Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to wear this for the rest of the day. Let's head back to the first and carry on with post Shadowbringers. Hey, salutations, Speedstar. Long time no see. Hope you're fine and dandy. I've become a Power Ranger. You know, because it's summer. Why is it raining in the first as well? In the in the first. I can hope with the fireworks after stream. I'm gonna hide behind this tiny beam now. Nah, it's fine. I was mostly just trying it out to see whether it worked, but I didn't like either of those fireworks. I was hoping one of them would be, you know, like the actual explosion behind that the Super Sentai people get. I was hoping one of them would be one of those, but yeah, they were kind of lame. Appreciate the offer though. But yeah, I'll just make something when it's sunny. I'll just do something over the Costa del Sol. Ah, Master Dandy, we'll be venturing forth today. Do be sure to take care so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the warrior of darkness how to look after himself. Old habits, you understand. Ah, Jack, how very opportune. Oh, it's moron. Greetings, my friends. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? What's that? Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you see, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set their record straight. Finally, the people see them as the great heroes they were. Or the great hero he is in the case of Ardbert. You too were surprised to see him, I think. Yeah, I know who Ardbert is. And you? At the time, I was not certain what to make of it all, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me. And then the stars rained down from the sky and, well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Jack, for giving voice to the truth, and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you perhaps wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Well, this is awkward. Tell me what the situation is like in the city. situation in the city? Do you mean the people's awakening as warriors of light? Well, my questions remain about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return. History tells us what took place and may not be entirely unprecedented. But to understand that requires an understanding of warriors of light in a broader Frandic context. If it please you, I should be glad to provide an overview. I've made another picture book, you see. I flatter myself that it may grant you a better grasp of that which is occurring not only in the Crystarium, but the world at large. Excellent. I will return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant text. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. Oh, he is going to have another picture book, isn't he? No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Do not let me keep you, sir. I bid you a pleasant day. Please, stop having conversations in front of the desk. You're scaring off other customers. Do I have a more appropriate minion? I don't think I do. I think, do I have a... Oh, I do have my broader otter, who's very sunny, who's very summery. But I don't have like a Super Sentai minion. Oh, the melon! Yeah, I bought my melon! Yeah! Friggin' love this melon. I need to go to the... South. Hey! Salutations, Lord Shigarath again. Spent 2 hours trying to capture a single monster in Monster Hunter Rise and eventually gave up on it. That is how it goes sometimes in Monster Hunter. That is, or the alternative is you catch the same monster dozens of times, and it doesn't drop that fucking plate that you need, or that gem, or the last piece of monster part you need to finish off your armor set that you're trying to build, and it's like, God damn it, Anjanath, just drop your plate. Ah, Jack, excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the words of light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. Look now, fucking Pompadour, beautiful, thank you. It's my big jiggly Final Fantasy XIV Pompadour. If they made a bigger one, I'd buy it. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. Because we were eavesdropping. We've been keeping our usual watch over the Crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. So, I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? I said, no. I couldn't possibly let 3 more people hear what I'm about to say. Like, of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. I call salutations, Briar. I call dibs on the Wolf Ninja Zord. That's fine. I want a bird. I want some kind of. Is there ever been a macaw Megazord? I'll take that, even if it means being the chess piece. Were one to pore over the annals of Radic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. White Ninja Falcon Zord. I'll take a falcon if there isn't a macaw available. I'll just change the colour scheme. Ardbert and his companions require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. There was this one guy who had like a really weird horny helmet. Big blue armour. That's when you find out this is the world of Final Fantasy I. To name but a few, there was Tolthawil, legendary first king of Lakeland, a Rodfert and Saulard, the fabled Dran and Gadgen, a duo of Vobert. I think I have a Sentai-ish minion from the Yokai Watch event. Oh, you've been telling me about this Yokai Watch event since I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, and it hasn't had a rerun yet. I'm sad. Although, considering Yokai Watch, I think is kind of dropped off in popularity. Doesn't surprise me they haven't bothered bringing it back. And no list of Randic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tuna of Ronka. In older text, she too was called the Warrior of Light. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Yokai Watch is a fun series. I never got into it. It was I looked into it when it was like when they first announced a version of it coming out in the West. But I don't know what it was. I think there was something about the monster designs I didn't like. I can't remember. But yeah, I just never got into it. I needed a tall spike from a Naga Cougar and it hasn't dropped while hunting it, so I tried capturing it in the hopes of having a better chance. Hitting it with the track bombs twice while it's weakened and leading it into a trap doesn't work for some reasons. Oh, that should work. And that's how you catch stuff. But yeah, that's... Oh man, you make me want to play Monster Hunter. I'm out. I broke free of that loop. Choice of the Firebird Thunderzord, White Ninja Falcon Zord, Wild Force Yellow Eagle, Blue Galacta Beast, which was a Garuda looking thing, Zeo Red, and the Ninja Storm Red just become heads, or kinda ass. And Mystic Force and Whole Aspect too. I like the Firebird Thunderzord. Fire's kind of my element, I feel like. If I was a Pokemon trainer, I'd definitely be a fire trainer. So I like the name of Firebird Thunderzord. I'd have to have a good look at them though. I think Yoshimi did say yokai would come back. They wanted every job to get a yokai watch weapon. Well, we've got a year to kill until the next expansion, so maybe, I mean, there's still plenty of time for it to come back. Come back into the loop, Danny, back in the loop. No, I already put 100 hours into World and like 50 hours into Rise. I spent too much time on Monster Hunter. I'm officially waiting for the next one. Find a video and tag on Twitter. Appreciate it, bruh. I shall look at it later. Yes. Firebird Thunderzord definitely sounds like the type of mech I would ride. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative association to the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the Flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear. The title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. I've been joking about him getting another picture book, but... Oh, it is the Warrior of Light! There, yeah! That is just straight up the Final Fantasy I Warrior of Light, the weird dude with the big horns. So maybe the first is the world of Final Fantasy I. Oh, where's Jack? I need to kill Chaos. This, my friends, is Norvrant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he come to be known as the Warrior of Light. What's cool with the Mystic Force swords is that all but red combined into a Mecha Dragon, and then combined with reds to form the Megazord. Oh, okay. So kind of like how the Green Ranger's Dragon Zord used to kind of... The Megazord used to wear it like a coat over its shoulders. kind of, I guess, like a scarf, shawl type thing? Or was it just literally, it was a dragon and then the red form turned it into a bipedal robot? This is how the Warrior of Light was depicted in the ARR Raid 2. I do not remember that. But I'll take your word for it. Okay, so maybe this isn't the world of Final Fantasy 1 then. Maybe it's just that the legend of the Warrior of Light transcends dimensions. The Ammo form was a more traditional dragon. Oh, okay. I'm going to attempt to catch Nagaku again. Oh, good luck, Sugarrath. I know how frustrating it is to try to catch the same monster over and over again and not get the bit you want. I wish that game had a trade function, because it was just, there's so many times where my friends were getting the bits I needed, and they're like, I don't want this armor. If I could give you the plate, I would. It's like, please. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Thank you, DualSense. Let me plug my controller in, I guess. Well, the plot thickens. I actually do have the Warrior of Light armor, so I could cosplay if I wanted to. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which... Moran's like, what's the source? What are you talking about? Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honoured thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. I only recorded it once. I mean, it's been a while since I played Rise, but what I would always do is just beat it up until it went to sleep, and then throw down 2 tranq grenades basically in front of its face whilst it was sleeping, then put a trap down, and then you just wake it up, it immediately triggers the trap and is immediately caught. That's what we always used to do. Or maybe you'd have to just put the trap down, wake it up, and then throw the 2 tranks down whilst it was in the trap. There's one of the two. But we never had any problems catching things. The only problem we ever had was killing it before it... If we were fighting something that was a lot weaker than us, was accidentally killing it before it went to sleep. So we had to, like, hold off on kicking its ass. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there would have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy. I seem to have no problem. I can zip them back and forth as, you know, like no one's business. And there I was thinking I was special. Heidelin did call me a warrior of light. So maybe this is Heidelin's fault. She did. I've never heard her voice myself. But I can feel her presence, perhaps through Minfilia. At any rate, assuming all this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Asians would have been amused. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Heidelin, with good, must have added insult to injury. Moran's like, I'm kind of following the conversation. Ahem. Well, this discussion is undeniably fascinating. I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Ah! It's like, no one get up. Girl potentially crushed by books. it's a tiny-ish dollar. Rikitio, are you okay? Are you alright? So I said okay. Same difference, I suppose. Ah, my precious tomes. Ah, did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? You too, Arkil, Erwell. Oh, sorry, Master Moran. Aren't you? The Warrior of Darkness. My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please, tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light. Brush your teeth, eat your vegetables, stay in school. Don't do drugs. You know, my warrior of light would probably just be like, hand her a gun and just be like, go, do crimes. I like this part of Endwalker. We're not on Endwalker. We're not on Endwalker yet, unless you're referring to a part that's similar to this in Endwalker. She is adorable, though. So I want to be a warrior of light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people. An apothecary. An apothecary of light. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium. No, in all of Nordran. When I told Arkil and Airwell this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. Well, this place is so big, and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. Wrong DLC name. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I mean, we're close enough to Endwalker. It's like, what, you know, the 40 missions? If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treaties on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young. But, Esteemed Warrior of Darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitio to Spigirix. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the chirurgeons at their work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we finished here, so we'll come with you. Oh, I like they can be a jerk. But no, last one to the Spigirix is a rotten egg. Ha! How have you done really fast? You were going to be the rotten egg. It's like, how dare you say that to the Warrior of Darkness? Don't worry, we'll have this child executed for you. Didn't even clean up the books. And I shall remain here and tidy up. I hope that today's lesson will be of some use to you. Thanks, Moran. I enjoy your picture books. It's like, I'm going to run all the way there. Don't just you watch. And then I just teleport over and it's like, hey, I'm here. I forgot this section doesn't have a roof. What are you cooking anyway, Strauss? Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? Oh, she's so tiny. Real light interactions with kids are my favourites. It's a shame they removed like 80% of around Reborn Stone when the kids arc. Ah. Roasted chicken with honey garlic. Vermicelli. Is that a type of pasta? I don't mean, it sounds lovely, whatever it is. Honey garlic and roasted chicken. Oh, delightful. I know what vermicelli is. That's right. I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Like rice and pasta mixed. Ooh, that does sound nice. Oh man, I had a really nice dinner. You make me hungry again. Well, that is a very noble endeavour, and aren't you alone in it? And you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light, but ultimately they have all decided not to pursue that dream. Ah, why? Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, the artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life, and younglings like you, who are the future of the Christerium. I can mail you some, but I think it'll be extra mushroom before it gets there. No, it's fine. My salt and pepper, salmon, and white rice was plenty for me. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see. Oh no, sorry. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see. And so difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Jessica just starts imitating the little girl and making fun of her. Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good? Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it'd be my pleasure to help you to pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever, just you watch. I'm going to put you out of a job, old lady. I'm pretty sure... I can't remember which of our races' lifespan is longer. Salmon is good. I live pretty far from a fish market. I mean, well, same. I just get mine from the supermarket, but having a bit of Scottish salmon. If it was cheaper, I would honestly eat salmon pretty much every day. I friggin' love salmon. It's so nice. I got some after this. I got some rice in the cooker, being kept warm. I'm gonna make some rice balls with some salmon centers. Oh, what a time to be alive. Supermarket near me doesn't have fresh fish. Oh yeah, that is a shame. Yeah, we that's one of the advantages of living on a tiny island is that you know, you're near the coast in every direction, and so getting fresh fish is obviously it's not as fresh as if I lived in a coastal town, but it's still fresh enough, like, you know, next day. Got the tail spike this time, but I didn't get to capture it as it died before it even started to limp. Yeah, see, that was what I was saying. That was the problem we had, where you'd accidentally just kill it before we even had a chance to capture it. But keep it up. Yes, Frozen Fist does tend to be a bit dodgy. I bought some once because it was cheaper, and I know why it was cheaper now. Although frozen cod's fine, like fish fingers and things like that, they're fine. But, you know, yeah, stuff like salmon, it's got to be fresh. That's the spirit. Without further ado, then, may I entrust you with a task? I have placed an order at Sweet Sieve for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go and collect it. Oh, an ingredient! Leave it to me, miss! I haven't told you what the ingredient is. My, such an abundance of energy, though I can't help but wonder if she'll be alright by herself. My apologies, would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with a woman named Racine, and she will point you in the right direction. I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course to Rikitio, I would assist in her first steps. And what about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become warriors of light, just not the same kind as Riki. So we'll wait for you here, warrior of darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. Oh yeah, I'm going to beat up some children. In that case, Irene and I shall keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations. I mean, Irene and Alice can both fight. Not as well as me, but they can both fight better. They can beat up these children. Frankly, I think Alyssa would probably be revel at the opportunity to beat up a few children. She seems the type. I know I'm going here. Where am I going? Oh, I'm not actually leaving. Do you know I forgot there was an entire market area in the Crystarium? Because I never go here. I never have any reason to. About to rank up to Hunter rank 7. Is that... again, it's been a little while, so I don't remember how... I don't remember how far the Hunter rank are. 7's about halfway, isn't it? I remember being 14 for a bit in World. You go girls, beat up the kids. Yeah! Wait. Oh, I hate this place. Why is this not the place I need to be? How do I get over here? Okay, probably round the side here. It's such a confusing layout for a town. Like, I never had this problem in any of the other capital cities. Get my new super suit all wet and muddy. Oh, if it isn't the Warrior of Darkness himself, may I assume you're with Master Alphino? Yeah. Right, unless you wonder, Chistimer's order is for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps he could lend them a hand. It's the undersized grapes you'll want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. I thought grapes weren't introduced until Endwalker. These aren't Endwalker grapes then, they're Shadowbringer grapes. Oh, did you see, there was a, at the Fan Fest, they made a, oh yeah, of course, there is a vineyard back in around Reborn, because we had to get the grapes as part of the infamous Goblin Cheese mission. I wonder why they suddenly took off in Endwalk. I guess because it was new. People were like, you know, game released in 2021, the grapes look like this. Although these aren't these are the improved grapes. The Endwalker original grapes looked a lot worse. But they did in the Fan Fest. They had a like stress toy made to look like the Final Fantasy XIV grapes, and then there was a sign. I think this sign was doctored. I don't think this was a sign that was actually. I don't think this was a sign that was actually. Yes, goblin cheese made with goblin milk. That's. That will haunt us. That will carry that through for our entire adventure, I think. I don't think this was a real sign. There was a sign saying about people that these was designed as a toy, and to not use these squishy, the stress toy grapes as a sex toy. Now, I don't think anyone actually was. I think this is a fake sign that someone put up and took a photo of. But I could also believe that it's real. Because, I mean, Final Fantasy XIV fans are horny. Salutations, Frost. I also want one of those toys. I think it'd be... I think that'd be cool merch. I understand giving it away to at FanFest, though. If they gave it away for free at FanFest, and then sold it on the Square store later, I think that would be acceptable. Someone must have. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess it only takes one person to ruin it for everyone else. You know. But that's why we have to have caution hot on all the cups of coffee. Because one person sued McDonald's, so... Yeah. Oh, you're here too. We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. Yeah, You were taking too long, so I did it for you. Wow, you picked this many already. Amazing. I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chestermill? I have no idea if Chestermill's name. I don't know if it's like Kessermill or like Chestermill or something like that. I'm going with Chestermill. Yeah, I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them. It's like, I like freezing them and then eating them frozen as a delicious, low-calorie summer treat. But tell me, Vicky, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why, well, a while ago I felt sick, really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a travelling apothecary game gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I'd ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary I mean. She went around taking care of people even when it was dangerous, and I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends. But I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. Then not long ago, a neighbour told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go travelling the world helping people. And I thought, that's the same as what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbour do in the end? Thaler? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out there looking for people to help. Thaler, one of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Ricky Tio. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your travelling apothecary, and I hope a good example will spur you on to realise your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work. Oh, the rain finally ended. And persistence. Through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chestermill. When he says you take after someone, I don't know if he's talking about me or if he's talking about Estinian. It would seem I've been labouring under a misapprehension. Someone must have. Do not microwave your pets. Never underestimate how absolutely dumb we are. Yeah. I mean, I can understand the logic with the microwaving the pets thing, and it's like, oh, my hamster's soaking wet. I'll dry it off in the microwave. But then it just takes that one extra little bit of understanding about how a microwave works to sort of go, no, this is a bad idea. And some people just lack that one extra little voice in their head that says, no, don't do this. You're going to end up with baked hamster. I had convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided with them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch labouring tirelessly, I doubt not but that... hang on. That sentence is weird. With the Exarch labouring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for us all when I say I cannot leave in good conscience. Not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land, after all. Nordrant has become as a home to us and her people our own. I was like, I kind of just barely got here, but okay. Let's return to Spagirix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. no, my watermelon. Oh no, he's a. Just killed my favourite monster in the game. Ooh, do tell. I'm very basic when it comes to Monster Hunter. I like Rathalos. You know, I played World was my first proper Monster Hunter game, and it had a Rathalos. Mizutsune. Mizutsune is cool. That's the like lightning, the white, like tiger isn't the right word, but like the four-legged white one with the lightning powers, isn't it? Hops around on the walls. It's the one with the bobbles. Yeah, I might need to. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough. It's a cool looking. Kirin. No, Kirin's the other electric one. Kirin's the one that kicked my. I hated Kirin. Kirin was the only high rank monster I never beat in Monster Hunter World, ignoring the Iceborne stuff because we never finished Iceborne. Kirin was just. That was the. There was just like. The legendary dragon that was just a unicorn. And it's like, yeah, no, I'm one of the legendary dragons. I'm one of the elder dragons. What's up? My thanks for your help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. Reminds me, I bought the Monster Hunter board game because I wanted to. I want to paint the miniatures. I say they're miniatures. They're quite large miniatures because they're monsters. But I think I can't remember which ones I've got. I've definitely got. I'm completely blanking on the names now. I just said it a second ago. It's definitely Diablos. And friggin' the one I just said, the one from the front of Monster Hunter World. I don't know why I stream on a Friday. My brain's always fried. As part of our studies, I may just have to give Rikitio a little taste. She made that sound. She made feeding grapes to a child sound sinister. Toby Kadachi, that's the one I was thinking of. Yes. That's the white lightning one with powers that jumps on the wall. Toby Kadachi is the one that I like. I like Toby Kadachi. Mizutsune is cool as well though, but I'm less familiar with it. Toby Kadachi, oh, I love that little bouncing bastard. This is gonna bug me until I can remember it now. So I have to Google it. This is something I have to do occasionally. So it comes with Great Jagras, Rathalos, Anjanath, and Toby Kadachi. That's the standard one set that comes with. And then I also got all the expansions. So I got Diablos, Barroth, Juratodus. I like Juratodus. He's the one who's covered in mud. The Pookie, and the Kuluyaku, the big chicken guy. And then I think I also got. Did I get all the Elder Dragons as well? I'm looking at my boxes. What did I get? I got Kushlador and Teostra and Nergigante. No, I did get all of the. Yeah, no, I did get all of the Elder Dragons as well. I must have got the whole set. Part of the reason I'm like unsure what I've actually bought is because the boxes are all still sealed on the shelf, and I haven't opened them yet because I have nowhere to put them on. So I have nowhere to paint the figures, and I have nowhere to put the figures once I've painted them. So, but it's I've got the dark. I went through a stage. I've stopped now until at least well, unless they announce another set that I really have to get. But I bought all 3 Resident Evil board games, the Dark Souls board game, and the Monster Hunters board game. So I got 5 board games worth of miniatures to paint. And my idea, the plan is to get into painting miniatures. And I was going to make, like, maybe on like a Sunday, stream miniature painting as like a chill, relaxing stream idea thing. But I haven't got to that point yet, to where because I don't have a desk to paint them on. So one day, it'll be my it'll be my hobby. There's a bastard in Worlds, I don't know if I count it once in my entire playthrough. Yeah, Toby Kadachi is a bastard. It's a great little fight, but he is a prick. Right, let's beat up these children. And then steal their food. And we're going to beat up these children and take their lunch. Warrior Darkness, if you finish helping Ricky, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. We already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they've become a pest around the Crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chestermill finally furnished us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching you. As to say, put on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone follow me. I had to say, just wait a... Oh, come on then, children. It's like, you need to put on a show for them. I just show up and immediately, like, magic bolt them. Just explode them with one of my magic attacks. It's like, was that the sort of thing you were looking for? It's like, we can't use magic. It's like, well then, learn. Hello. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get started, shall we? As the name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out... Oh yeah, that must have sucked for all the nocturnal animals in the first. Just being like, I don't know when to sleep! To draw them out, we'll use Chestermill's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behaviour. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you'll like to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have here 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Jack. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Reen. She's really strong too and will keep you safe. I mean, yeah, she doesn't look like it, but she is actually a decent fighter. Without further ado, then, let the contest begin. I don't know what her problem is. Get good scrubs, violently teabags while holding eye contact. That reminds me, I really hope that there's a like a Halo collaboration event when this comes to Xbox. Let me get my bird. I don't need my bird to defeat the vampire bat, but Augustus needs the experience. I'm still technically trying to unlock the Chocobo suit, which was something that I was like I need to unlock this. I think like stream 2. I decided to unlock the Chocobo suit, and I think this is like the 80th stream I've done. No, actually, it might not be that high yet. It might be in this. I'm definitely in the 70s. I'm getting up to the 80th stream I've done in this game. It helps that I number them on my VOD channel. I'm confused though, like, wasn't the point of this that we're supposed to show the children some fighting? How are they supposed to see anything from back here? Like, what exactly is me killing a load of vampire bats in the distance doing to help these children learn how to fight? Wolverine. Also, I don't know why I'm running when I can fly. I'm so used to just being on foot in the first that I forget I can use my mounts. Ah, nope, wrong button. There we go. Children, did you see that? Did you see me beat those vampire bats through this mountain? Did you at least hear me kill the vampire bats? No? Oh. Alice, I fear we may have lost sight of our objective here. But, you know, hey, we got some bat fangs. So someone will be happy. Hey. Well fought, Jack. The children were hanging on your every move. How? As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally. May I see your fangs for good measure? Jack just opens his mouth and she goes, no, the vampire fangs. Like, oh, yes. Apologies for the wait. My fangs. Not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself. So I think I got 7. 5, 6, 7. 7 fangs from Alice, eh? Which means we have a draw. Jack also collected 7 fangs. Oh. Why does this feel even worse than losing? Just another measly fang and victory would have been mine. Don't look so surprised. I have no intention of remaining lost in your wake forever, you know. So I wonder, because there were multiple points I could have gone to. I wonder if I had chosen a different order, was it be possible to lose or win that fight? Scrub, I always win. Okay, well that answers that question then. I mean, I got 2 3s in a row, so I guess it was because like the first one I chose only had 1 bat. So if I'd chosen a different... If you'd listened to the quest, they told you where to get the most. I don't listen. I just read and say the words. That's a third skill that I don't have the... I can't do all those things at once. So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? Hey, it's incredible, miss. Her bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Like, well, first you need to befriend a Chocobo. Good. If you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Jack, and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were there listening with everyone when Ardbert appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sisters, see? And I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. But then you went and destroyed all the Sin Eaters, so now I've lost my opportunity at vengeance, and I have become adrift. Like Ardbert said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. And what about you, Arkil? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. Maybe I'll grow up and become a Kingdom Hearts protagonist. I have that look about me. But if my friends were in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them, see the world together. It's like, well, first you need to spike your hair up a lot more. That's... the moment you have terrible NPC hair, that's what we call that. You need to spike your... or boy band hair, I suppose. You need to spike your hair up, and then... You can't be a protagonist unless you have an elaborate hairdo. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost and that I had to go out there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it. Bye! I'm off to find the door. They didn't even run. You could see from their shadow that they just barely ran off shot and then despawned. So normally this game's quite good at that sort of thing. It's quite seamless. I think that's the only time I've ever seen characters just blink out of existence like that. I understand how Arkil feels. I mean, to be fair, most characters normally just fade into nothingness, but the star shower didn't awaken me to Heidelin's voice, but that vision of the final days, of Amarot burning, it filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I loved, promises I once made, it felt as though long-forgotten memories were dancing at the edges of my mind. But when I tried to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intention of donning an Asian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Reen and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it that their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Oh! It's nothing, just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. No! I'm fine now, not to worry, I'll see you soon. The last time my friends started getting headaches, they got teleported to a different dimension. Must be purity. As you ponder Alisay's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. Do you know, I joked when the FanFest happened that they're adding a separate slot for sunglasses, which is great. But I actually don't know what hairdo I would actually want to wear, what like hat I'd want to wear. Because, I mean, I could only really wear like a hairband or a tiara or something, and I don't think any of those look cool. Maybe I could get like, you know how those cool like anime protagonists chew on like a sprig of grass or something? Maybe I could get one of those as like a head slot. So I've got like a piece of grass in my teeth at all times and sunglasses on. Then I'd look super cool. If you clip the kids disappearing, the devs might fix it. Oh. Are they that good at it, are they? I may just then. The problem is that it's awkward showing people clips when I'm on screen if they don't have the context of, you know, this being a strip. If it's just like a clip of the game, it's one thing. But when it's me on screen with holding my cards up, being like, hi! Almudron was the lamest pathetic boring hunt I've done so far. I'm talking about I killed it by riding a Kulayaku. I forget which one Almudron is, but yeah, you get that in Monster Hunter. There are a few that are just like lame. Hi.
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
Ha, you got corpse walked. Maybe they will see your card and add you as a card. Oh, that would be delightful. I think they should have the opportunity to do that. Like, just become a triple triad card competition. Just every so often get like an extra EX card or something for the winner of, I don't know, like some huge triple triad competition or something. I'd absolutely demand my card have a 0 on it though. Like, I'd want the card to be useless functionally. I've not been reading it out because it's voice acted, but they're not actually talking English. At times you will stand with us, at times you will stand against us, all that you might steer mankind in the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided. Okay, bye.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import.
I see you saw my 10th birthday party. It was a tense affair.
But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Why must you embroil the people in your plans?
I merely avail myself of such tools as I require for the conflict to come. That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You.
Alright, well I'm here, come on. No one else is around. 1v1 me, bro. Almudron is the bastard that uses mud and sticks his top half and tail out of the ground. Oh, yeah. I do vaguely remember fighting him in Rise. He is a prick. And the bastard has a beard. What's wrong with having a beard? It's like, oh, and of all things, he's got a beard. What a sod. Devs are pretty good at fixing stuff people point out. At that one time at the fan fest, someone asked Yoshi why he didn't have controller vibrations. And he just went, good question. Can we add vibrations to a dev sitting next to him? And the guy who said yes. And Yoshi just went, we'll add it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yoshi P does seem like the kind of guy who's just like, he's just sort of like, if you say something to him in the heat of the moment, he'll just be like, yeah, no, that seems like a good idea. We'll do that. And then do it. Like, actually follow through with it. So, I'll clip it later and send it to them then, just to sort of say, hey, I'll find out, if there's like an official channel I can send a video through to.
You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash.
Yeah, to be fair, it's in self-defense mostly.
I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose.
I am... He's not wrong. I am... All I do is kill things and play card games.
The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done.
We only killed like 2, really. I think we're on... like 4? Asians, I think? There's not many of them. And to be fair, we have killed a few that have come back as well. I think we've properly killed 4. Trying to remember now the last 2 years of playing this game. I think 4. There's an issue sort of acting like they didn't... They just go, my bad, we'll fix it. Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I was trying to... I misread that in my head, and I was like, oh, yeah, no. Yeah, they seem like they're pretty sort of open and honest with... from what little I've seen of them in the last, since started playing this, so... Oh, we've killed more than 4, have we? We killed one in a round... We killed the one who killed Moonbreeder. That was the one in a round reborn. Then we killed Emmett. Can't count the ones because they were sucked up in the Dragon Eye. Is that what happened? I thought we had a lightsaber. They fused, didn't they? Oh yeah, no, I suppose they get sucked up into the eyes. So they're not. But I thought we sucked them into the eye. I thought we used the eyes as a medium, like we used the crystal as a medium to destroy the first one. And then I can't remember how we destroyed Emmett. Even though it was the most recent one, it was only a few weeks ago. I don't remember how we destroyed him.
I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait.
Oh, he's a stand user.
Ere long I will come for you, warrior of darkness. And I will save the world.
Come at me, bro! Just stab him in the back now.
One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emmett Selk. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you.
I will say, I really do like Elidibus's voice actor. It's a very nice voice to listen to.
As if he mistook you for another.
Hytholodius called me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke.
You kill a minor Asian within like 30 minutes of the game. Yeah, but we didn't kill it. We just killed the Asian's human body, didn't we? Because the point of the Asians is they can just go away and come back again if you don't like zap them with a crystal, or some kind of like Dragon Eye intermediary or something. They just go away. Well, he never came back. Yet.
Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
I assume minor Ascians could die if he did pretty sure Shadowhunter got him. Oh, that is a good point actually. Yeah, he kills loads of Ascians. And I assume permanently, but again he could just be. He takes their masks, so I guess he is. So okay, yeah. Makes you wonder though why he's like as you say, I've only killed like a handful of Ascians. I've killed some like proper major ones, but what freaking Shadowhunter, I can't remember his name. He's killed dozens of them. He wears them on his belt like a trophy. Yeah, I think there must be some. I'll look it up on the FF wiki or something. There must be some distinction about like which Ascians require special methods to kill them and which ones don't. I think minor Ascians die if you strike them down. Yeah, I mean that seems to be the case. Like minor ones die, but the more or the less fragmented ones need the moon breeder method to strike them down. But again, I've killed like unless he just doesn't care about the minor ones that much, and he only cares about the plot important Ascians. Shadowhunter's killed like way more than me. Anyway.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed.
Why are your arms glowing? That's new.
This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest.
So I came over here to pick a fight with a final boss.
No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped.
I'm working myself to death for my Oshi. Translated for you. Thank you. Thank you. But I'm his Oshi. Or, and unless that's what you were talking about. When you said I was working for my Oshi, I thought you meant the Crystal Tower. But yeah, so I suppose I'm the Oshi. I'm the hero.
A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
I'll be honest, you owe me quite a few. Hi.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
Oh no! Sorry, I thought I should try and have some emotional reaction to Thancred collapsing as I say, okay. The fates seem determined not to allow us a quiet moment, but come, let us have the details from Reen. Here, have some croissants. I don't know how you view time travel. Those people who sent him back in time were in a different timeline, and after sending him, they all died. Yeah. I mean, it's like in Dragon Ball when Trunks comes back. It's like it doesn't change the future, but at least it creates a future where that didn't happen, and that's good. That's sometimes it's good enough. Goddamn Trunk and stuff isekaiing my friends. Ooh. I get some. Well, not for the. I mean, okay. Well. The next mission, I'll get some stuff for me. It happened after Alice and I saw the children go back to Spagarix. We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He'd been shadowing Elidibus around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. And he was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumpled to the ground. The Chirurgeons are looking after him now, with Alphino standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at the Exedra told me where to look. I see. It cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing word to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagarix. Maybe there'll be a voiced conversation over there, and I can finally learn how this friggin' place is pronounced. And I can get them to fix my shattered ankles. It seems to have gone up. It's like, just low blood sugar. Nothing to worry about. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. Oh, thank God he's not isekai'd. Well, you say that. This entire DLC isn't isekai when you think about it. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Oh, I see, that's what you meant by stop isekai, my friends. That just clicked. Sorry. Yes. I see what you mean now. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's ether, however, did not show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. The reason why it didn't click to me that this whole Shadowbringers thing isn't an isekai is because the name of the DLC isn't something like, that time I got transferred to another world and my cheat skill became the strongest skill of all. Or, some ridiculous subtitle like that. And all of this happened without warning. Not exactly. You would doubtless recall the time Urianger nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue. When his water-walking charm failed, he was tired, as were you when you got back. We were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. The fact is, I have been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since. But there was no actual fainting until now. Okay, their bodies are giving out on them, aren't they? As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries. It most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves but one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Jack, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking in on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryl about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavour to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shading individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know, that's the sort of thing. Oh, is he making loads of people into warriors of light, and then he's going to get a load of minor Ascians to take over their bodies, and then get them to do, like, villainous things so that he can make the warriors of light evil again? All of which serves rather conveniently to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these black-clad strangers are Ascians? I do. It's either that or they're Organization 13. I do, and I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. God knows I've been itching to get out of there for a while. Mayhap Urianger too can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Beck Luke and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news. You will do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you are needed. Alphino and I will find Urianger. Oh, he looks like a word. He looks like a word. He's like, oh, you don't need me. Oh. All being well, we'll have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Jack. That's not Alphino's voice, but that time the hero of the world's friends got isekai'd, so he isekai'd himself to bring them back. And then they found out, and then I found out my Warrior of Light skill was actually a villain, so I became the Warrior of Darkness. Yeah. I don't entirely know, because I know it comes from the light novels that they're based on having those names, but I don't know why exactly the light novels have those like incredibly like overly descriptive names. But it does seem to be very, very common of isekai stuff to just have weirdly descriptive titles. Like, I mean, like, some of it's fine. Like, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. That's actually an okay title. You know, it's kind of... It's descriptive, but it's not overly descriptive. But then you, have been watching the vending machine isekai. I have not, but I am familiar with it. I saw the manga, and then thought, no, this one is too much even for me. Because there's another one where the guy gets reincarnated as an onsen in a fantasy world. And then... which is also dumb. I think there was another one as well. But yeah, there's so many isekai bangers and adaptations and stuff. It's... the thing is I hate them, but I love them at the same time. There's so many I read, and they're terrible. And then I read some others, and I'm just like, it's actually kind of good. Like it's so done, but I like the formula sometimes. It is dumb, but like funny dumb, yeah. I mean, it may go, the ones that get an anime adaptation are normally the ones that are half decent, but then there's so many of them which are just like, well, there's a few different types. There's the ones where the guy summoned to, there's some sort of twist on the whole, I'm a hero, I've been summoned to fight the Demon King. And it's some sort of variant on that, like, I've been summoned to fight the Demon King, but I joined the Demon King's army. Or, I've been summoned to fight the Demon King, but I married the Demon King. It's that kind of thing. Or there's the ones where it's just like some person gets randomly summoned to some spot in the forest, and they have some random cheat skill, which seems worthless, but turns out to be the strongest thing in the world, and makes them into a superhuman. And then they have no struggles whatsoever for the entire adventure. And it's just then a catalogue of them going, I went here and I beat these guys. And there's a checklist of things that they do in every single one of these. I am going to rant about isekais for a little bit. There's a checklist. There's join the Adventurers Guild. There's buy and free a slave who decides to remain with the character because they've fallen in love with him or whatever. There's those are the two. Those are the two ones that come up quite frequently. And then there's a sexy. Either way, it's either a sexy slave or it's a lolly. Those are the two variations. And then there's always like befriending a like mythical, legendary beast monster accidentally, and then it turns out it's like, oh, this thing's actually like some super legendary dragon or creature or something. And then it's just like, oh, no, I've got that as my friend. I will say there's a really good one that I like about a guy who gets sent to another world. I don't remember what the English translation of the name's called, but he befriends a Fenrir because his ability is that he has access to a Japanese online supermarket, and so he can order things from this Japanese supermarket, like cooking utensils and food, and he makes meals. He makes meals for these adventurers who are escorting him, and Fenrir is drawn by the smell of the smell of the food and decides to become contracted with him in exchange for getting food. And he also gets a slime and a fairy, a pixie dragon, as his other sort of. He becomes a monster tamer. That one I really like because the main character is he doesn't have any. He does get some blessings and some stuff, but he never becomes overpowered, and he has zero interest in actually like doing anything. He just goes around trying to avoid trouble and killing sea monsters and killing monsters and stuff so that he can create food for him and his companions. And there's no like giant, there's no like like sexy elf or big boob milf or lollies or anything like that. It's just a guy and his monster buddies, and that's it. Yeah, you've seen that one. He just wants to survive. He just wants to get by, and that one I really like. That one is one of the isekais that I look forward to watching because it's got some sort of genuine funny moments, and his slime Sue is adorable. And Mukoda, I think, is the name of the character. He's very relatable. They see the trailer for a fantasy anime. They go into dungeons for multiple parts to cook up the best dishes in the world. Is that No, I'm thinking, is it okay to go in the dungeon to pick up women? Is that dungeon? It's something like Dungeon Eater or something like that. I am familiar with that one. So Delicious in Dungeon, I think is the translation, but it's called Dungeon Me or Danjon Meshi. Yeah, I have read. I've read a little bit of that one. I keep meaning to read it because I've read a couple of chapters on it. It gets weird. It gets really weird. with some of the stuff, because I think like they sort of like blur the line on like what's okay to eat and what's not okay to eat, because they're killing like sentient creatures, and they're like, is it okay for us to eat these things? Actually, this is the thing. There are some really good isekai stories, but there are also just a load of really bad ones that just. There's one Lonely Attack on the Dungeon, I think it's called. That one's terrible. There's some really good, just like straight up fantasy ones though. The Faraway Paladin's really good. That's not. Oh, that is actually an isekai. That is actually an isekai. I forget because it's so. It's like such a tiny part because the guy is reborn as a baby and he barely remembers his past life. Faraway Paladin is actually an isekai. That's probably one of the best ones I've read. Like the first 12 chapters of Faraway Paladin are so. I mean, the whole thing's great, but the first 12 chapters of that are so good. I definitely recommend Faraway Paladin. I think I got an anime adaptation. I don't know how good the adaptation is, but the manga's great. That one I really look forward to, and I like Goblin Slayer as well, which isn't an isekai, but is like a Dungeons and Dragons parody type thing. The anime isn't bad. That's good to hear. It does always. It annoys me when there's a manga that I really like and it gets a really bad anime adaptation, and people only see the anime adaptation and think that the story's bad. And it's like, no, it's just that the anime is bad. Like Tale of the House Husband, I think that's what it was called. Such a good manga, and it got such awful anime adaptation on Netflix. And apparently part of it was because of the author. They said that they wanted it to be like stilted, but it's such a shockingly bad adaptation for what is such a really good series. Dwarves aren't humans. Speaking of which, let's talk to Tataru. Ah, Jack, what excellent, awful timing. Alright. Nice to see you too. You see our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Krau's hardly had a moment rest these past few days. She's been changing their diapers every hour. Potato people are food. She didn't want everyone to worry, so we've been keeping it quiet. But listen, until I started yelling it in this open hallway at you. But listen to me. I call myself a receptionist. I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here. Actually, I came to check up on Crow to make sure everyone's okay. So I think the spirit vessel will be ready soon, and they want to make sure there are no problems at this end. Oh, you'd better talk to Kryl. She's with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright? I'm not kidding about the diapers. There's so many of them. We can't handle the load. Oh, am I actually allowed to see? I've never been allowed in this room.
Excuse us. This way.
We got like a light switch or something? They're all asleep. Why are the lights down so low? Congrats, you may now enter the room where all your friends lie dormant unsupervised. Oh, I see what you're saying. No! I mean, it's no good if Cryo exhausts herself. We've got some other magic people.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary, I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came.
Like, I just don't have enough ether to sustain their bodies. If only we knew someone who had a near unlimited amount of ether. And the warrior of light's just standing with his hands on his hips going, yeah, where are we going to find someone like that? Anyway, I'm going to fast travel back to the other dimension all of a sudden. Bye. I need to go and do some gambling at the gold source. I'll be back in a second.
Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all.
I'm going to draw a mustache on her face. It will lighten the mood when we...
And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health.
I know it's a very dour situation, but,
Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation.
Something warned them up. Stop being creepy.
She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken.
I'm just starting to thought. Like we're trying to put their souls into a vessel so that I can take ownership of them as an item and bring them back with me. But couldn't I do this? It's the same in reverse. Couldn't I just take their bodies with me and like take their body with me as a vessel and then bring their body to them? But then I suppose they don't have any way to travel back with their body that way. But at least they wouldn't die. But then, I mean, push comes to shove, we'll just kill the Crystal Exarch. You know, just shoot him in the head and just be like, there we go, problem solved. That's our emergency escape button. That's our plan B. Who is Ken and why is he beyond us? I don't know. I haven't seen the Barbie movie yet. It's probably harder to do body than souls. Yeah, I guess, but I mean, I can travel. But I'm a special snowflake, aren't I?
But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come. Let me hear your tale outside.
What is it? If you, even a single second you stop seeing their body as an object that belongs to you, it stops being part of you, and gets lost in the void. Yeah, I guess I just have to really focus up for like 5 minutes. What news from the first? The things that just happened. I see. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I'm still able to quell the fluctuations in their ether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon. So if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon Allagan wisdom, we could do worse than consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients. I mean, I could just go... I'm the Warrior of Light. I probably have a bit more pull than you do, Kryle. No offense. Yeah. Do sleeping bodies need it that dark in there, though? That's what I'm saying. It's like, why do they need all the lights off? They're asleep. They've got their eyes closed. You know. I'll lend them some of my sunglasses if need be. It's fine. Think of all the money saved by keeping it dark. Yeah, I mean, candles... I suppose candles don't grow on trees. Less light probably means less heat. But they're cold, so surely we want to heat them up. Like, it's no good if we come back and it's like, well, your body's fine. Unfortunately, all your extremities have been lost to frostbite. Jack, could you spare a moment? While Kryle goes and finds this expert of hers, I mean. There's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the First, you see, and since we might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so now I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there. Well, I'd better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence. Okay, so what we've done there is made sure that absolutely no one is keeping an eye on the corpses of our friends. Awesome. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Hey, where is she? Oh, she's over here. Where's your kitchen? I found the kitchen. Oh, she got a little hat on. Look at her adorable little chef's hat. There you are, Jack. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryle, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of all this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit, so I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven even as we speak. Shouldn't be long now. That doesn't bode well if she's cutting it with a saw. There, baked perfection, even if I do say so myself. You just made bread. Your cake looks like bread. It is bread, silly. And not just any old bread. This here is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. It's what they eat over in Charlian. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryle tells me it's a good source of ether. It's like, well, I suppose I could toast it, put some baked beans on it, make it into a meal. Bit of cheese and pepper on top. So it should lend them a bit of strength at least. There truly is nothing like the smell of bread fresh from the oven. Oh no, Archon loaf, not just any bread, always worse than goblin cheese. Really? What's wrong with Archon loaf? Kryle, and if it isn't Rambros too. Sup, bro? It's Rambros! Yah! I trust you require no introductions either, Jack. Hi, I vaguely remember you from when I did the Crystal Raid. The Crystal Tower Raid. Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I would endeavour to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain Allagan technologies. I have been keeping Rambrose apprised of the events of the first. Suffice it to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons. Loath as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement, memory transference was the sole province of Allagan royalty. Its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to come here empty-handed as I am. The answer being, rather brazenly, to ask a favour. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Oh. Tell him that we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who have remained behind have yet to play our part. But when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so. And then when the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and they should follow his heart now. Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back? And it's for our friend to decide, but either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed. Well, there you have it, Jack. If you'd be so good as to see Rambro's message and Tartaru's bread into their intended recipients, along with my report, of course. There we go. It's basically the ultimate form of tasteless food created by scientists to maximize energy, calories, etc. with the least amount of effort with zero regard to taste. Meaning it's like a super dense, disgusting stale bread. But it'll keep you going. Gotta love bread made from fish meal. Ah, fair enough. So it's like, what do they call them? Tack rations? Or just is it just tack? Is that what I'm thinking of? Hardtack. Type of dense biscuit or cracker made from flour, water, and sometimes salt. Inexpensive and long-lasting, used for sustenance as the absence of perishable foods, commonly during long sea voyages, land migrations, and military campaigns. Along with salt pork and corned beef, hardtack was a standard ration for many militaries and navies from the 17th through the early 20th centuries. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, pretty much. Rations at least tried to be edible. Alcon loaf doesn't. Fair enough. I don't know if that's true about rations. I guess that I've always heard from stories from people who have served that rations are always like terrible. But then people say airplane food is terrible. And I've had airplane food and it's fine. Like, it's no worse than like a microwave meal. I tell you what I would like to try though. I thought about buying some and like doing a stream taste testing them. Is doing those like MRIs, because I've seen a few videos of people trying out MRIs, and they do a full English MRI, and I'd be quite tempted to try it out. I'm tempted to just try it out and see how it holds up, you know. And it just, you know, it's, you know, we're nearing the end of the world. It'd be nice to have some, you know, some food in storage in case of the worst. Cryle, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try, just to make sure everything's as it should be? But of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Excuse me, Rambros, as a fellow Charlian, may I trouble you for your opinion? Oh, I usually have mine with a good dollop of Roland Barry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. I see. I see. Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed, Tataru. Dense and unpleasant, exactly as it should be. Ah, just so. The very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world. But our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Charlian, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those few who actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such gastronomical landscape that what is now called the Archon loaf was born. The creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. I bought rations and they were horrible, not that bad. The issue is you wouldn't want to eat them more than a few times every now and then. Yeah, I guess it's probably the fact that they have to eat them all the time is what makes them bad. Because I suppose if you've only got a selection of like 3 or 4 things, eventually you're going to get sick of all 4 of those things. Yeah, so it builds up, yeah, as you say. To complete a triple hunt of Rathalos, Sinogra, and Amaldron without needing to use a single potion or antidote. Hey, not bad. I am not that good at Monster Hunter. I would just I would just like take a whole load of Mega Elections, Mega Potions, every single healing thing I can apply, and then just damage boost my way through every single encounter. So cool, I only used up 79 potions on that fight. I don't think you can take 79 potions with you, but you know what I mean. Sounds about right, yeah. I tell you, that's the Monster Hunter way. Screw, dodging and blocking and parrying. Just tank the hit and then return the favor. In order to maximize its nutritional value, we incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. And for its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied. And being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. When I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand. There's a few foods that have like started off as being just like nutritional paste, essentially, for whatever situation, like spam. Spam is, spam's okay. But it was very much just kind of like, we need meat that isn't going to go bad, that we can sort of ship in large quantities during the war. And then now people are just... Spam's had a kind of resurgence recently, with people being like, let's make spam sushi and spam... a second thing. Everything I had was mega salty. I can imagine every meal is McDonald's fries, nothing but McDonald's fries. I mean, that does sound nice, though. But yes. But yeah, that's how I felt with rations. I got your point. It's like, even if they're not terrible, I imagine it's probably the same with like airplane meals as well. Like, they probably are fine if you only fly once every few years, like I do. But if you fly all the time and you end up eating the same airplane meals over and over and over again, then yeah, they probably are quite bad. So I guess it's just it's a matter of quantity rather than quality. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it is all too familiar. Ah, how it takes me back. If there is enough, perhaps you could spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it. Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice. Jack, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can, and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back. I love the idea that I can just hand them a slice of this bread. And the ones from Charlian will be like, taste of home. And then the couple who aren't from Charlian will just be like, Tartaru sends her regards. And just like, what did I do to Tartaru? Like, I don't think Thancred's from Charlia. And Lise definitely isn't. She's gonna have words about this food. Not Lise, Reen. I mean, Lise isn't from Charlia either, but she's not here. She's off being a leader or something. I am looking forward to everyone's reaction to the bread, though. It's like, well, I got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is, I have this horrible, disgusting bread for you. The bad news is your bodies are dying. Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey? Bread! So, oh, okay. By the 12, Archon loaf. However did you come by this? I'd swear it had come straight from Charlian. Rambrose said that, did he? Ah, his words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it, but I should forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament. So I ask that you have faith in me, in what we do. But we were talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies are. Waxy. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconducive they are to conversation. I don't have my Archon bread bucket to hand for all the vomiting. I thought you said the bread was both the good and the bad news. Okay, I mean, yeah, I have good news, bad news, and worse news.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the Red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Worst news is I have like 12 Archon loads. Oh, also your bodies are dying. I'm sorry, but things have taken a turn for the worst.
Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
Oh, please look like Pokeballs. Oh, they do have red on them.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allagan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects, notably, do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties.
So we started sacrificing virgins, and 100 virgins later, here we go.
It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
And that's 100 virgins per crystal, by the way.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works. We shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Although not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Beat the Ascians, Pokeball my friends, and then
Forgive
go home.
me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
Also, your past form is locked in a tower, and we can't open it from the outside. So, I mean, I don't. We're just gonna bang on the door really loudly.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
I love how silly I look during this really serious cutscene, wearing my superhero costume, like I've come from some like fancy dress party. Also, his past life was like 1,000 years younger. Yeah. I don't know what sticking like 1,000 years of memories into a younger body would do to it. It can't be good, though. Hast thou a moment, Jack? I would speak with thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return unto the source. Thou would have observed that our friend spake not in certainties. Yet if Beck Luke hath the right of it, it is possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence. And it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self. Which is not to say the process is without complications. For one, the Exarch hath been subjected to an additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought a change in his ethereal composition, as thou thyself didst demonstrate in merging with Ardbert. However, there exists just an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. It is a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm, to deliver thee, and to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the Crystal Exarch. Henceforth, none can say what choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right that thou be made aware of these truths. Well, Having seen a trailer with Grahatir eating a taco, I can kind of guess what's going to happen. Oh, wow, I hate it. I've become a Sith. What is this shoulder thing? No, I don't like it. There we go, much better. Forgot about that. I was going to avoid spoilers. Yeah, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. Unfortunately, I have seen the taco-eating cat boy. It also means that, like, when I play through the entirety of Endwalker, any kind of peril involving any of the characters behind me, except Reen, who I guess isn't there, isn't going to mean anything, because I see them in the trailer, I know they're all fine, so it's like, oh no, will Y'shtola survive? And it's like, yeah, probably. She's probably going to be fine. I've seen her shopping in a South American bazaar. What mission are we on? Just seeing if this is a good stopping point or whether I want to do one more mission. Faded memories. So there's a dungeon coming up and a trial coming up. Let's do one more. Let's do one more, and then we'll call it a night. Right then. Well, the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task. It seems you made it sound. I mean, I knew that's what we were talking about, but it made it sound gross. Well, the Exarch pours his own bodily fluids into the allotted task. It seems only fair that we attend to our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so. And there is one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Y'shtola should not be left alone at Anida. Might I trouble you to visit her, Jack? See that all is well. I'd go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. Leave it to me. At least it's only his blood and sweat. I mean, he did just say it was his crystallized essence. And that's a euphemism that has a lot of purposes. My thanks. You may leave the Asians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yulmore. And when Y'shtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you are bound for Anida, Anida? I suggest you go via Venmont Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let us be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Oh, I have a delivery from the source, Kupo, courtesy of one Tataru. Ha! I made Kupo noises. You're a long way from home, Moogle, and this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? Archon loaf, thou sayest. Why, even to hear the name doth transport me to a time long past. Bread from another world. May I try some? Mayest thou, child? Thou must. That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alphino, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes. Do you know that? What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tartary would do our best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Right. Let's really be off now. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Like Alfredo's reflecting on him being rich. It's like, am I really a snob? The servants would always bring me some with a glass of goblin milk. I like Graham, I'm not touching his crystallized milk. But he worked so hard making it. I was going to say something about Beck look then, but I'm not gonna. Use your imagination. Oh, Fate the Warrior Douglas himself. What brings you to these parts? I need a boat. Heading out to sea, eh? Well, of course, we have it out. Just say the word and already a boat. I don't know why Y'shtola's here. Why did she go out by boat to this place? Oh, she stayed behind to examine the archives, didn't she? I remember now. She was very hard at work.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone.
Out of the way, you and my cat girl needs bread.
None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Hello, Y'shtola's fine. She wanted to take a nap, and because she's a cat, the cold, like flat surface of the floor seemed to just. She was like, yeah, this feels nice. Oh, it's very cooling. Oh, I'm echoing again. Reviewing the records yet again. Really, you worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. I think some thought you ill-suited for the role. How wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. It's like, man, even the other Asians thought you were a nerd.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty.
How much they painted Elidibus as some sort of ultimate evil? A guy could kill all your friends and sleep with ease. I don't think he is.
Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope.
Hey, it's the Warrior of Light.
Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so?
I don't think that the Asians are necessarily evil. Given their objective, they're just... Ah!
I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask.
He stole my cat girl. Give her back. I don't think they're necessarily evil. I think it's just like their purpose is in conflict with our own purpose, and I mean they have done a lot of evil things in order to you know, like they're very much the means justifies the end. Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, you did. Thinking about it, they did like wipe out 8 planets. You're right. Not even planets, like universes. Like they wiped out the entire like yeah, just everything. Okay, yeah, they are. They are. Okay, they are evil.
Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Oh, I need to give you a shot of this bread before it goes stale. Fine. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amorot. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. I tire of your games. And would you like some bread? You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy and you mine. Our goals are in conflict and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped the feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light, that I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You've slaughtered my people. Let's just call it even. You do not deny it, then. Very well. Let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. I vaguely recall these people. But I do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. He's a complicated little guy, isn't he? The 3 Adventure Guild Masters. Ah, okay. I thought they seemed familiar. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. Hello. Hi. Can you... I can't do anything with them, even though they've got, like, marks to say that they're... Hey, do you remember me? I'm the warrior of light guy. Need some stilts or like a little pair, a little set of steps or something. I'm actually, considering we've got Lalafels in the normal universe, I'm surprised there aren't like more Lalafell accessible, like ramps and things. Rest assured there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of his tale. And I believe I have the perfect subjects. Let them move through and stay your hand. Looking to the side, they are merely monsters. No worries. Well, these guys really are, like, pathetic, aren't they? Hi, guys. That's cute, though. They sent the three, like, the 4 scions that come at you, depending on which town you join. All too easy, I see. But at least you now understand the rules. Thus will we make our way to the capital. That was in poor taste even for you. That appearances should unsettle you so. I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way, sparing nary a thought to the possibility that your foe could be someone's beloved. You genocided several planets. Come, we shouldn't dwell on the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Hey, it's Moonbreeder. Hi. I don't know why, like, Moonbreeder is such a nothing character. She showed up and then immediately died, and yet I remember her name, no problem. Moonbreeder's name is firmly lodged in my head, but occasionally I'll forget Thancred's name. It's just like one of those, like Papalimo and stuff. Like I will forget so many of their names. But Moonbreeder, she's lodged in there firmly. I think it's Minfilia. We haven't seen her for a while. Princess Minfilia. Oh, and Garland Ironworks. And my mount. I have this. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them and claim your prize. Hey! I'm appropriately dressed with my Power Ranger costume for this fight. These guys are just a bunch of, like, Power Rangers. Like, I think I called Livia Rita Repulsa the entire time she was alive. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Onward then, ever something something, kill your threats. Yeah, this quest is neat. It's a nice little trip down memory lane. You tasted many sweet triumphs, yes, but so too did you taste bitter tragedy. Yeah, but she's fine. Who could forget the Crystal Braves? An idealistic, pathetic dream born from a malformed something. Faces you know and loathe. Let your hatred burn and strike them down with all your might. I mean, this is pathetic. To be fair, I mean, only Ilbert's really the only one that I, like, despise. The other two I don't even really remember.
Sloppy!
Sloppy!
Damn it.
It was such ease yet again. You did always grow stronger with every battle. Yeah! That's how experience works. I got my XP earrings on. It seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you. Or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters. No, I have dealt with countless heroes, and always it ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, with result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs and fight for them with all my being. You're wrong. We can always strive for understanding, for compromise. How very naive. If you are willing to compromise in your beliefs, you all but admit that they are flawed. And I assure you I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as Elidibus. But enough talk. It is not your assertions I wish to know, but your strength. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled for the snow-swept fields of Caerthus. Yep. There's my Tattoo and Alphino wearing our winter clothes. And my boy Harshafan. Ah, without a hole in his chest. Not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragon Song War. Ah. This is a nice little trip down memory lane. Assassins are definitely wrong, technically. If they succeeded, everyone they killed would resurrect as mortals. Well, we had this discussion, because I was confused about like, the whole shattering of souls thing. Because, surely, like, all the Ascians got shattered and their souls got spread out. But there are more people now than there were Ascians. So surely some of the people that are alive now aren't Ascian soul shards. So those people wouldn't come back, would they? It would only be the people like me who have got parts of the soul in them. Oh, hey guys. I trust you are beginning to limber up. Do keep up the fine form. I'm glad I did decide to do one more mission today. This was fun. They would fuse. We don't technically know how many Ascians there was, I think. Well, I guess. But I mean, surely there might be more than us. Yeah, I guess. I guess maybe. Yeah, I guess we don't know. It's just, it's not clearly defined, like, what would happen to all the people who... Because, like, I've got 8 people inside of me. We were 8 including myself. I got 7 other Warriors of Lights in me from the other worlds that got sundered or... You know... got their various calamities inflicted on them. But I don't really remember I don't remember the others. I remember Ardbert because I met him before I fused, but I don't remember the others. So they're alive, but they're not. I mean, they're alive in me, but they're not really alive. Around heroes, people who want to flock, people who harbour all manner of motives, each baser than the last. Wait, these ones are my friends. No more than they deserve. In the end, their hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. Assassins didn't really die. When they grew tired of living, they returned to the Sea of Souls, where they would get basically dissolved to be reborn with no memories. but somewhat similar personalities. Yeah, so effective immortality. That's kind of similar to like what the life stream was all about, though. You know, when you die, you enter the life stream, you get kind of cleansed, and then you get reincarnated. My dragon friend and his girlfriend. So we're going to go through all of the expansions. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragon Song War. I mean, these are mostly exhibition matches, but I get the feeling that they will eventually get strong enough to start doing actual damage against me. As simple as that, a 1,000-year war is brought to its conclusion. It wasn't that simple. Every end marks a new beginning. For heroes such as you, there is only ever conflict. I mean, he's not wrong, but I don't really understand the point he's trying to make. Venture assassin will be reborn anew and be different, but strive for discovery. Yeah, so it's kind of like it's a new save file of the same game. Like, it's not going to be that much different, but it is new. How are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbour deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Never mind. We are not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Emperor Solus had kindled an insatiable flame. Garlemald was his name, and it raged across the land. Alright. Following the trail of blood, you set forth for Alamigo and Doma into a storm of blood. Again you fought, and again you grew stronger. So strong that we could no longer control you. Yours is a natural beastly strength, and we shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation efforts, you journeyed to the far eastern plains. Hey! I don't remember two of you, but I remember Grindelwald.
Son cannot be
It's not enough!
The strong are drawn to the strong, thus you gather new allies to your banner. Man, stop teleporting. Hey. Yet where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way... Oh, okay. Hi, guys. Hang on. There we go. I'm over here now.
again.
We do not hesitate, or perhaps could not. No matter, let us turn our attention to the finale. I feel like he kind of skipped through Stormblood quite a bit. Like, we were already on Gosetsu and, Yotsuyu. Here we should have your test between fellow beasts. Oh, hey! When I fought you in this flesh, it was I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? Wait, did you triumph? I thought I won. I mean, I guess technically you killed yourself after I beat you, but... Done? That almost tickled. Is that all? I feel like you're not really giving me your best shot here. Sadu. Oh! Sadu's crazy movie Magnia's little son. Yes, I do remember those guys. Yes. This is what I mean, like those characters, nothing. Moonbreeder though, lodged. We went into the real Xenos and then he killed himself. Yes. And then he got better. Through sheer force of will. My creation appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. Mommy energy. Is that what he did? Come. We continue this within. He didn't get better. Elizabeth took over his dead body. Yeah, but he took over some random guy, didn't he? Just through like sheer... Like, it wasn't explained. He just showed up and he's like, yeah, I'm this guy now. And then he came back, got his... And then took his body back through force. And then took back. So it's just like, through sheer force of will, he just... killed himself and then possessed some guy. An impressive show of strength. But surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emet-Selk's conqueror is capable. Such might require as a fairer measure, to compare like with like. Yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Finally! Draw your deck. It's time for Triple Triad! Come on, Jack. Show me what you can do. Oh, that's kind of cool. He's got a boss name. Shit's serious now. It's time to oh, I'd love for like a Yu-Gi-Oh crossover that gives you a little Yu-Gi-Oh dual deck thing. One of those ones where, like, he's such a damage sponge, and I get right to the end and then screw up and I have to redo the whole You'd kill me given the chance. Mayhap you think to recover this ball. If so, prove that it's no use. Prove that I can't best you with it. It's like, okay. I thought that move ended quicker than it did. I like the ominous glowing red eyes as well. So you really know he's like a villain. I wouldn't have known otherwise. I'm letting him down. It's taking a little while. No. There we go. I'll transcend my very limits and we'll see what you're truly capable of. Hold nothing back, for neither will I. It's like, I'm not. This is as good as I can do. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis, Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis that are released. Coming out. See me, look at me, look at me using my actual abilities to avoid stuff rather than just running around. It's coming out September 7th, I want to say, which I think is the Friday. So we'll play that when it comes out. Do some gacha in Final Fantasy VII, see if we can unlock Cloud a new hat. my answer. Yay! 10 minutes remaining, you took too long.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Yeah, I got a few levels.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see.
Genuinely, I thought you were in his pocket. I don't know why. It didn't occur to me that he'd teleported you somewhere else. I thought he had literally put you into his inventory. That makes a lot more sense. That he just moved you somewhere else. Like, I thought he had picked her up like an item.
If you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal.
Ooh. You could have
The
teleported her
ancients
into a
created
volcano or
Zodiac
something.
to deliver the star from destruction.
Yeah, but his point isn't to kill me. His point is to try and... He's trying to prove a point at the moment. Like, he's trying to sort of make me, I guess, see the error of my ways. Because, yeah, as you say, I mean, he could easily just go to the source and kill all the bodies. And they wouldn't have anything to go back to, and then they'd eventually all just die anyway. So, it's like... Because no one's guarding them. What's Cryo gonna do? Like, bite their ankle? But the Ascians could absolutely just kill all the Scions if they wanted to, but they're trying to prove a point.
If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart.
Oh yeah, we found that out last time.
How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you.
So is it possible that he's not the actual...
And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope?
I can't... Just literally I've been fighting him and I can't remember his name.
Correct on all counts.
Elidibus.
Such is my nature, and such are my methods.
I don't know why I'm so terrible with names. I was thinking, I just couldn't get Estinian out of my head. Elidibus. Is it that maybe he's not the original Elidibus, and he's a primal of Elidibus that was summoned by the other Ascians?
I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
Is that how
Then you will
pronounce
be
that
all
word? I
too
always pronounce
familiar
it
with the
penchant.
fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, Do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance.
Or just like one guy sometimes.
Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards.
We are playing Triple Triad.
If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, Warrior of Darkness?
Yeah, we should just let him leave. That's probably fine. So I got some bread. It has been an eventful morning, if indeed it is morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I am gratified to see that my efforts at Anida have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? You're dying and I have bread. I see. Then let us make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus' parting threat not least of all. But forgive me, it would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I will need to retrieve them from Anida. With luck, the ethereal stream you traverse still lingers. That won't be long. Stand here in the middle of this giant building on my own then for a little bit. What was that? I found a peculiar crystal that is offering me some herring pie. Where? I mean, I'm not going to do this quest, but all right. Because I'm far away from a Etherite, I'll start this one until it gets to a point where it's somewhere convenient to get to. I don't like starting quests halfway and then only doing them halfway, but I also don't like having to run a mile to get back to a quest at the beginning of the next stream. A peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4th, bring order to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. You notice something else glinting up ahead. Ooh, piece of candy. This is a good quest. Is it short or is it long? It's short. Okay, well, let's just bang this one out real quick then. The next one has a dungeon attached to it, so we definitely won't do that one. But you find 3 more crystals lying on the floor. Though they differ in color and decoration, each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends. Embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness now and forevermore. It's like, these crystals must be evil. I should destroy them. Is there any more? There do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it'd be wise to continue the search outside. Oh, there's one. Oh, did the echoes of the well, either are these crystals what we use to make the shadows of the inhabitants of this town, or are they just what they turned into when they were done? I don't know. Your instincts serve you true. You discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we would hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. Voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found. This does very much feel like I'm going to get to the end of this. I'm going to get to the end of this trail, and then someone's going to pull a stick out, holding a basket up, and it's going to trap me. Ishtola's come back to the hall with her belongings. She's like, "What? God damn! I can't even live for 5 seconds. He's wandered off again." You still discover 2 more crystals, rather too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom. This we swear, so please dry your tears. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it is plain you have yet to find it. I was like, where did you go? Is that sorry? Chasing some talking crystals. She's like, oh yes, standard. That's fair enough. That's happens to me twice an evening at least. Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time has come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation and we shall save our star. From this life our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor. I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible, but this is right. It is right. In the pocket. Tale of the Crystal's Weave seems to near its end, but it isn't over yet. Getting there though. Almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. Your salvation is ours, it came with great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray that we will one day meet again beneath a blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voices recorded in the wake of the final days. I'm guessing there are 14. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creation. Is this how it to be? Is this to be how it ends? We who love the star with all our being. No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Oh, hey. Sorry, I can't really tell you guys apart. Hithlodius. How good of you to remember. I see you have been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes. High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14, would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation as remembered by the unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for the imbuing memories within sundered souls that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I am sure Emmett Selk wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You are feuding with Elizabeth this time, I believe. Yeah, he's being a real meanie. He kidnapped my cat girl. I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. Yeah, me too. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to FFXIV, the promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived such a life as yours, I can well imagine how Elizabeth's existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. How dare he lay his filthy hands on my cat girl, right? He's a swine. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. It's bad enough he pinched my friend on, but... Well, that is quite enough talk about Elizabeth. I would see if you could reunite the wayward stars. Hey, I told you there'd be 14. I mentioned before that there was a member of the convocation who opposed Zodiac's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors, having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist, at any rate. And wouldn't, had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with the magic of his own conceiving. A singular incantation embodying his spirit. Among all the officers, the 14th was most unusual. For while the rest sat in Amarot, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of his duty, he travelled the length and breadth of every land, and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles too, of course, matters which he could not simply have referred to the convocation, but that was not his way. Nay, more often than not he would call upon his comrades, and together resolve matters themselves. It's just the original Warrior of Light. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish to call upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. I like Hathaladius. Yeah, he seems like a cool dude. Good theory. Well, I mean, it just basically described me. And now it is where it belongs. Oh, there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or by the will of my Recreator. And now I'm gone. Just hiding behind a post.
I was wondering where you disappeared to.
I can't take my eyes off you for a second.
Is something troubling you? No? Very well.
Sure to describe the players. Who do you think made his crystal? Well, he said that it was made by a friend, so I'm guessing Emmett Selk made it because he was the friend. I mean, I don't know. Elidibus did have that vision of the Warrior of Light, so maybe Elidibus made it, and if the 14th is the Warrior of Light, the original one with the horns, then maybe Elidibus made the crystal.
I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
My conclusion at the time was Emmet. It's either Emmet or Elidibus. It's one of the two. Fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus, given what we know. It is plain he would not be deterred from his course. And nor would I were him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I've not forgotten how Emmett Selk fought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Selk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught. You of all people know there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Here, have some cabbage. Alright, well, this isn't a great place. It's okay. It's close enough to the Ether, right? And it's 2 a.m. I can't do it. It's gone 2 a.m. I can't do any more than that. So we'll call it there. That was I liked the mission, the duty we did before that, where we went and refought all of our friends from the previous expansions. That was fun. And we picked up some crystals. So next time there's a dungeon and a trial. and we'll do those first thing. Because yeah, there's no point trying to queue for them at this time of night. Because in Europe there won't be anyone queuing. So, and then I think we can probably finish patch 5.3 next week. And then it's just patch 5.4, 5.5, and 5.5.5, and then it's on to Endwalker. So, you know, like another month, I think, and then we'll be on to Endwalker. Providing I don't skip any more Friday streams, which is, you know, not impossible. I have done it. It's probably the day I skip most often, just because I'm so tired, but we'll get there eventually. That also means I have about a month to play Nier Automata, so I can know what's happening before I do the Nier raids. So we'll fit that in to the time. We'll start playing that soon. It's installed. I've bought it. It's installed. It's ready to play. So there's a game I want to play first. There's two games technically because I'm playing something else tomorrow. But we'll start Nier once I finish one of those two. Yeah. So tomorrow, like I said, that's the end. I'll be back tomorrow. We're starting a new game. I'm going to be playing Metroid Prime Remastered. I've never played a Metroid game before, so should be fun. I've heard good things about Metroid Prime, and you know the remaster. It's you know been well received, and I have a new AI companion to help me with. You know, I figured it's the first time playing a Metroid game. I should get a friend. I should get a friend to help me along. So there'll be a new AI companion tomorrow to help me through Metroid Prime Remastered. So that'll be fun. I'll leave it as a secret to who, but it'll be yeah. So look forward to that. And then I want to play Detective Pikachu. That's the other game that I want to play before Nier. I really want to play Detective Pikachu because I want to play Detective Pikachu before Detective Pikachu 2 comes out at the beginning of October, and it's not a very long game, so I think we could knock it out quite quickly. So I might start Detective Pikachu on Monday. We shall see. So yeah, that's my plan for the next couple of streams anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go and. I'm gonna go eat some beans on toast because I have a hankering, and it's what better time to eat beans on toast than 2:15 on a Saturday morning. So thanks for watching. If you did, have a good night, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for some Metroid Prime. Stay dandy, be good, be excellent to each other. Don't have nightmares. Bye.